Good morning, race fans. Welcome to another Grand Island Northwest Mario Kart tournament. I'm Robbie Collins, and I'm here with Grace Bremer, and we're ready to bring you all of the racing action as these teams get set up to take on each other for the championship. Grace, how you doing today?
A little bit nervous, but I'm ready to see some action.
All right, Grace's first time ever on a stream, so give her some grace. That's funny.
Oh, gosh.
All right, I'll stop with the bad jokes, and we will get things ready. We've got Arcadia 2 and Lexington 2 first up on the stream today, and as they get set up, we will get you action going here momentarily, so please hang with us as we get ready for race day. Racers, we're getting ready for the first race on Big Blue. We had a small change. We've got East Butler 2 and David City 3 on the track today. Trying to get you all the correct information on your screen as they get started here. Gonna have to do a quick restart as we get comms off. No computer players allowed here. It's just player versus player.
I can understand that mistake.
Happens all the time. It happens to the best of us even.
Of course.
But these racers want to know how good are they against the other people sitting right next to them as they get picking their characters and vehicles again. All right, now we're getting started here with race day. East Butler 2 versus David City 3. Getting at each other on Ribbon Road. Grace, tell me about Ribbon Road. What are some things that players should be watching out for? Any special areas, things like that?
I mean, it can be a pretty tricky track, obviously, but there are a couple of
Some shortcuts, some
there are good shortcuts, and you can definitely use, obviously there are a lot of places that you can jump up from, so those will give you some extra boosts.
Absolutely, these jumps are important for players to hit properly as they are on to the blue ribbon part of the track. They're going to be nearing the big jump here soon. East Butler 2 holding on to first and third. David City 3 second and fourth. They're not far split from each other, so we'll have to see who takes the lead as we go into lap 2. East Butler 2 in first, followed by David City 3, followed by East Butler 2, and then finally Luigi, David City 3 in the top right. That star there for Luigi sitting in fourth place is going to help as he moves up to third. He and his partner splitting second and third. That red shell did not help, however. East Butler 2 moving into third and holding strong to first place. We've got somewhat of a divided track here with first and second really close to each other. And third and fourth right next to each other as well. Bullet Bill, though, almost getting all the way into third place. Definitely helped East Butler 2 catch up and finally overtake with that star.
I just thought right now what would help both of them is noticing that first and second at the bottom screen, they're both, one of them was at 10 points. So I think that if the top two screens just get a couple more points, that'll definitely boost them up.
Absolutely. So explain for those who don't know, what do coins do?
Alright, so coins are laid out all around the track, basically. Your main goal is to pick them up, because they will definitely increase your speed, actually, and your stats as you go. If you get 10 coins, it could actually help you finish a race about maybe 6 or 7 seconds faster.
That match ended quickly. David City 3 coming into first place, and I believe third place. East Butler getting second and fourth. Correction, that was first and fourth for David City, second and third for East Butler too, as they move on to the next track. We got talking about coins and we were fascinated. We missed the end of that one. It ended quick for them. As David City 3 takes an early lead, they've split first and fourth. East Butler 2 sitting second and third. Everyone's still in decent proximity to each other. Ooh, not great for East Butler 2 in third place, falls off the map. However, the Luigi from David City 30 sitting in fourth has to use those mushrooms to boost ahead of their opponent. Getting really lucky with a ghost there as well, as that green shell flew right through them. Turning is highly important, and if you're watching, you can notice that each one of them, as they turn, they do this drift. Grace, can you explain this drift to the viewers? Kind of, what does it do for the players?
So drifting is basically, it's a lot different than turning. Drifting helps you get around basically obstacles a lot easier. And what's even better about it is the longer you drift, the better you can actually get what are called green turbos. So there's like different levels. If you have blue sparks behind you, it's just a regular turbo. But if it turns gold, it starts to become obviously a lot more advanced as it goes. And it'll actually give you a boost for a lot longer time.
And what is normally, isn't it purple? That's the...
Yeah, purple is ultra, and then gold is a super.
And purple's the highest you can go. We might see some purples here today on these tracks as these players have mastered this drift, as David City 3 comes in first. East Butler 2 is aiming for that second place spot with that golden mushroom, but a Bullet Bill coming up from behind with the pass, teammate taking it. Tough break for the East Butler 2 in third place, gets away with it. So we've got David City 3 taking first and fourth again. East Butler 2, second and third. Scores right now turning into East Butler 2, 10, David City 3, 12. And we go into race 3 at Big Blue. We get a water feature today. The way that some of these tracks are decided is teams beforehand will do a rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to pick the first track, and then they trade off from there. So each team gets 2 tracks to choose from, or they get their choice of 2 tracks, and they try to pick the best ones possible for them. As David City 3 drops to second place after falling off the map, so they're second and fourth. Now dropping to the third and fourth as East Butler 2 takes first place, and they're trading off that third. They were trading off second and third place, but David City 3 has taken the lead. Going into the second section of this track, because this is actually not a circuit. It is what is called a sprint in the race world. So there are different sections to Big Blue. East Butler 2 trying to get out of that fourth place position using the Ghost, which offers them less traction on the track, so they get a little extra speed. Unfortunately, that sent them over the edge as we're now getting into the third part of this race. These boosts on the ground really help push these racers forward, and a Bullet Bill is not bad either, but when the person you're chasing also has one. First and second, though, pretty locked in here, except there is a battle for that second place finish. David City's going to come in first. East Butler's going to hold down in second. David City in third, East Butler in fourth. So David City taking 1 and 3 in that last one. East Butler going 2-4. Right now, David City gets 19, East Butler 14. Still, if East Butler can pull out the win here, they will still have the possibility of taking this one. I'm not the best at math, so don't quote me on it. But first place always gets 5 points, second place gets 3, third 2, and fourth 1. So if East Butler can take 1 and 2 here, they've got a pretty good shot of taking this one over, and that's where they're sitting as they're battling back and forth between each other.
So as long as I think as one of them gets first, it'll tie up, obviously. First and second probably East Butler.
And right now, East Butler went 1, now dropping to fourth. David City taking over that second and third spot. Very good shot by the Luigi that was in third place on the first place racer. But East Butler, too, is able to hold it down for the moment until that red shell. David City taking over the lead, going now for 1 and 3. We're still only in lap 2, so East Butler, too, has plenty of time to catch up, as East Butler 2 now takes over the second place spot. They're holding second and fourth. David City battles back to take that first place, or has that first place spot and taking the second place. So right now David City 3 is in good position to take this one home, as we are in lap 3. See the David City 3 Luigi in the bottom left corner holding on to that horn, anticipating a potential blue shell as they cross the finish line, taking first place. East Butler 2 gets hit from behind, so they're going to drop to third as David City 3 takes second. East Butler takes third and fourth. David City 3 has 27 points. East Butler 2 with 17. And that one is going to conclude it. David City 3 taking the win here as they shake hands. Great race to everyone. We will be back momentarily with the next race here at the Grand Island Northwest Mario Kart Tournament. bottom left? Bottom left? Okay. Hey, Coates, you got... We are back, race fans, with the next matchup between Grand Island Northwest 1 and Arcadia 2. Starting out on Yoshi's circuit, we've got a couple princesses, a Yoshi, and Mario going at it here on the track.
Those ones on the left are Peachettes, I believe.
Peachettes.
Yep. Just came out with DLC.
Nice. So can we just call them the Peachettes from now on?
We can.
Getting started, GI Northwest 1 is taking the lead. GI Northwest is splitting 1 and 4. Arcadia has 2 and 3 locked down pretty tight at the moment. However, things can change quickly. As you can see, the Peachette in the top left is battling Mario for that second place spot, but gets bumped away by a red shell barricade, if you will. Using the shortcuts on purpose, gets the Peachette back into third at least.
That's the whole goal, is just to try to use the shortcuts, get back on track. And especially to use the mushrooms while doing a shortcut. That is going to be guaranteed.
Absolutely. We've got... It's really going to be a battle for that second, third, and fourth place spot, as the first place Peachette from GI Northwest 1 is way out in front. Bullet Bill, however, going through the shortcut, is pushing the second Peachette from GI Northwest 1 into second place. Arcadia, third and fourth, they're coming up from behind, but they've got some mushrooms there. They can catch Peachette pretty quick. Blue shell coming through, hitting second place Peachette, not affecting her because of the mushrooms. So GI Northwest 1 is able to take first and second, Arcadia 2, third and fourth as we go on to race 2. Going into race 2, looks like we're going to go Wario's Gold Mine.
Oh, I love that track.
Fan favorite here for Grace. Grace, what are the things that you love about this track?
Well, you see, I'm very old school, so I first played Mario Kart on my Wii. So I'm very old school. But
I'm going to stop you right there and say you're mid-school, because old school, those of us who are old school know it goes much farther back than a Wii.
You know what? Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
But continue, please.
I guess some things that I really like about this are, obviously, I mean, it has access to a lot of coins. It has a lot of access to like those hover ports. Those are definitely good. And overall, I just think it's a really challenging track. I mean, you can fall off quite easily, and I mean, it's something definitely that you can go ahead with. Obviously, right there, what Peachette did in first place, that's what I always had trouble with. It was always just like the roller coaster going down and up, and I would always fall off right then. But you know, as you get kind of used to using the track and everything, you get easier.
Absolutely. We've got GI Northwest 1 splitting first and fourth, Arcadia 2 in second and third. It's going to be a battle here as they're much closer this time to each other. Going back and forth here on the track. Red Shell coming up, trying to get that first place Peachette. The banana coverage in the back is quite helpful.
Definitely.
GI Northwest 1 Peachette now moving into third place, second place, battling it out with the Mario down there. Using that jump corner appropriately gets them more solidly in second place. However, don't count Mario or Yoshi out as we go into lap 3. Mario taking over that second place position, followed by teammate Yoshi. Red shell thrown, green shell for protection for first place Peachette. Red shell doesn't even make it there. Using the shortcut, getting the boost pads. First place, though, is still going to go to Grand Island Northwest, with second and third going to Arcadia, and GI Northwest 1 with the star there at the end coming in fourth.
I think what GINW is trying, this is what they've been practicing a lot recently, is they're trying bagging. Basically, one of the teammates fall behind in fourth, and when you're in last place or pretty close to that, obviously you're going to get a lot of really good power-ups, items kind of to use. So that's what they've been practicing a lot, is just someone falls back into last place, and they use a lot just to speed back up in second. And I think that's what we saw in the first race. So that might be a strategy that they're using.
Might be a strategy. I'm going to be honest, does not make sense to me at all. I would say that you just win. That's always been my strategy, and maybe that's why whenever I play against any of you guys, I lose, because I just go to win. But no, it is a good strategy to use if you can get those items. Unfortunately, sometimes they just don't fall into place at the right times.
Oh yeah, definitely.
However, right now, GI Northwest has first and second position. Not too far behind is Arcadia 2 in third and fourth. Yoshi and Mario are not going to give up too easily as a bomb is thrown, catches Peachette, and drops her down to fourth place. Great throw there by the Mario to take over that second place position and handing his teammate third in the process. Red shell now coming from Mario, trying to get to Peachette. She's got a green shell in position to defend it, but using that slight shortcut there, eliminated that red shell for her. Another red shell coming in hot, takes out the green shell, getting a coin in return, not the best. Peachette in fourth place, still trying to find their way back into this one with a golden mushroom. As we go into lap 3, tough red shell there for her though, as she tries to pass into third place. The star, however, does help save her a bit. She takes over third, misses the boost. Mario and Yoshi hitting everything that they need right now to start closing that giant gap down that's been created from the battle with the fourth place Peachette. Mario using the mushrooms wisely as GI Northwest 1 is going to finish in first place. Second is going to go to Yoshi using the gold mushroom. Third goes to GI Northwest, and fourth to Arcadia 2 right there at the end. GI Northwest able to take that third place position. Good race between the teams. There was a lot of battle in that beginning.
Definitely.
I gotta say, I think that's the best bomb thrown I've seen in the couple years that I've been commentating this sport.
It
That
definitely
was
is.
a solid throw right there from Mario just to snag Peachette, dropping her from second to fourth.
Yeah. It is really hard, especially with green shells, even the fireballs. It is kind of hard to aim, so that's something else that you could really work on.
Gonna get started here once again. GI Northwest starting this one, dropping, was in third, fourth, now first, fourth. Going back to 3-4 for GI Northwest. Arcadia 2 holding that first spot down nicely for Yoshi. Mario battling back and forth between a Peachette, trying to keep that second place spot. Nice close battle between them. Unfortunately, that banana peel hanging off the back of Peachette helps her push that Mario back just far enough. Didn't see what happened to the Peachette in the top left. She ended up dropping back to third. Bottom left is sitting in first. Mario holding that second place spot down. Yoshi battling back to try to get to that third place spot. Has Peach in his sights. Able to pass her up. Mario and Yoshi taking second and third. Going for the double items here for Yoshi, getting some pretty good ones. Couple green shells to hold back the opponent, but that blue shell coming in hot, going for first place. This one's gonna hurt that Peachette, slow her down a bit. And these racers are gonna have a chance to catch up as we go into lap 3.
Just in time, put that green shell behind her.
That green shell was just in time, but then another red shell came.
Oh.
Slowing her up even more as Mario has her in sides. Trying to just find those small boosts from the drifts to help keep her in line of sight, able to trigger possibly a double bananas. That's gonna be tough. Best option here might be to drop a banana, find another power-up, and see if that one can give that extra little boost. Ooh, getting caught by the flames as GI Northwest is going to finish this one in first place. Yoshi in second from Arcadia, Mario from Arcadia in third, and finally Peachette pulling up the rear in fourth for GI Northwest.
All in all, I'd say that was a pretty good game.
Pretty good game between the two. GI Northwest one is going to take this one 27-17. Great race for both teams, though. Right now, my highlight is that Mario bomb throw. We're gonna have to hold on to we're gonna have to remember that one for a while.
Oh my goodness.
But we will be back here momentarily with more racing for you race fans out there. Stay tuned as we get 2 more teams coming to the TV here soon. Perfect. Thanks, guys. All right, ready?
Let's go.
sorry, folks. Just realized we muted the microphone at one point and never turned it back on. We've been talking this entire time to just ourselves.
That is great.
That's my bad. We've got Louisville right now sitting first and fourth, and this is on the Baby Arena?
Baby Park.
Baby Park, that's right. This is an interesting one because instead of 3 laps like it normally is, it's 7. Because it's such a small track, you can kind of see it there in the middle of your screen. Also, it can be one for lots of different items to really change the course of the entire race. As David City was sitting first and fourth. Louisville now first and second. David City third and fourth, trying to battle their way back. A Green Shell, though, holds one of them back and fourth. One of them takes second place as Louisville takes first. David City second. Louisville third. David City fourth. That one's going to come to a conclusion. David City 2 is going to take that one. 24 to Louisville 1's 20. Solid racing between the two teams. And we are moving into our next race here soon. Stay with us for race day.
Just change the numbers.
All right, ready?
Ready.
All right, we are here for the next race between David City 1 and Louisville 2. Swishing it up here. We just had David City 2 take on Louisville 1. Now we're going to switch it up and see what the other teams of these two schools can do.
Excite Bike again.
Starting with Excite by getting the motocross arena in there, ready to get rolling here as we are ready for our next race. David City taking over the top of your screen, Louisville 2 at the bottom of your screen. These racers are going to get started. Get you more places as things kind of even out, but looks like Louisville 2 might have that first and second position. Tough break there for that Yoshi from Louisville 2. Hits the grass and drops back to fourth. Some ground for them to cover up as first, second, and third battle it out for that top position. David City 1's Yoshi getting a little overzealous there. Falling off the track, which is something I didn't realize you could do in Excite Bike.
Yep.
Those jumps can be tricky as David City holds down the first and fourth spot going into lap 2. Louisville's got second and third. David City 1 has some mushrooms, using him on the turn there for that blue Yoshi. Smart move, pushes them into second place. These jumps are very important for those boosts. Going to lap 3, Louisville 2 is going to have first and fourth, David City second and third, trying to find a way forward. Dry Bones from Louisville 2 sitting in that first place position. Seems to have good control going into that final turn, coming around the corner. All that's left is across the finish line, taking first. David City's gonna take second. And third, Louisville 2 taking fourth with a Bullet Bill over the line. Cloud Top Cruise for race 2 here. Grace, what do you think? Another tough one?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's not exactly too bad. It's just one that definitely you might want to use a lot of your shortcuts, obviously.
Plenty of shortcuts to choose from in this one, as David City 1 is taking over that first and second position. Louisville third and fourth. Not too much room between the two teams, but just enough. Going through the storm. Thanks for that subscribe, 10 or 12 notes off. haven't paid too much attention to chat, but hey everyone, thanks for being here. Love to have you here today for race day as these two teams battle it out right now. David City won, first and second. Louisville, third and fourth. Dry Bones finding some mushrooms just sitting on the ground. Some quick moving racers here. The Beanstalk section has that nice little shortcut that the Blue Yoshi took going into lap 3. David City holding strong on that first and second. Louisville 2's Dry Bones is in position to start making moves for it, but is still going to struggle just a bit around these odd cloud corners going onto the ship. David City 1 jumping out of the storm onto the Beanstalk. First and second place still. Looks like the Blue Yoshi's going to take this one for first. David City is going to come in second, getting hit over the line. Louisville third. And Bullet Bill bringing up the rear in fourth. How about another round around Baby Park?
Yes.
Baby Park is a favorite track of a lot of players just because of just the amount of chaos, I think.
Yes.
Typically races are done, if you're doing just standard play with computers, it's 8 racers in total.
I believe so.
So you've got double the amount of people on the track, which means double the amount of items that are being thrown, double the amount of chaos that is just wreaking havoc all over the track. As we saw there, Dry Bones taking out one of the David City racers, taking that first place spot. All of them kind of right with each other. Yoshi managing to take over that first place spot with some boosts from Dry Bones. Dry Bones having to drop all the way back to third. As David City is holding strong to that first and second position. Coming around, going into the final lap. It may be 7 laps, but they go quick. David City's going to cross over in first and second place. Louisville third and fourth. David City 1, 20 points. Louisville 2, 13. On to the final track selection. And we're going Dolphin Shoals.
Ooh.
Not too much of a popular track that I've seen. Definitely one that isn't played very often, but just enough.
Never mind. They changed it to metronome.
Oh, it changed to metronome. Missed that one. David City starting in that first and second place positions as they won those off the last one, but all 4 racers here kind of right within each other. Some good maneuvering on these turns can really take a position away from a player as the track separates. Making this somewhat difficult to really target anyone with that red shell for Louisville, as David City took the opposite section. As they come together here, that red shell didn't amount to much. So David City is going to keep that first and second position. Although we've got another bomb-omb. Can this throw be as good as the one we've already seen? Ooh. Bomb-omb thrown backwards. That one's tough for Louisville. Louisville sitting third and fourth. The green Yoshi for Louisville too. Only one on the green track right now. Teams having to kind of chase each other down. Going to lap 3, David City 1, keeping that first and second position. Louisville 2, third and fourth. So Louisville 2 in a good position behind the second place racer from David City. Unfortunately, that red shell that is in hold is going to make things difficult for kind of hitting her and getting that position. So David City 1 is going to take first and second, finishing that one out. Louisville 2 is going to take third and fourth. So this one is going to finish David City 1, 28, Louisville 2, 16. We'll be back here momentarily with more racing for you for the Grand Island Northwest Mario Kart Tournament. All right, we're back with East Butler 3 and Crawford 3. First track right back to Excite Bike Arena. It has always been a favorite of racers because of its simplicity, I would like to say.
Definitely.
East Butler 3, Crawford 3 getting started here. East Butler 3 taking an early lead, first and second. They battle it out between each other. Crawford 3 not far behind, however. They've got third and fourth. Some good turning here. Can really get one of these two teams into better position. One of the two from Crawford into better position. Unfortunately, no mushrooms for them, so they can't use what I'm going to consider a shortcut through the grass. The triple mushrooms came late for Shy Guy. And the Inkling hitting the mud, not the best of things to do in these races. Sometimes it's unavoidable. East Butler 3 still holding on to that first and second position. Getting those tricks off on the jumps to give them that little bit of extra boost. Crawford 3 throwing a red shell, hitting Dry Bones in second place. Almost able to make up that space as Shy Guy had the star and ended up in the grass right as the star ended. Tough break there. But a golden mushroom might just do it, getting him closer as we go into the third lap finally. And an infinite. Grace, tell me about infinites.
So infinites basically give you a whole bunch of items at the same time. While it is very nice, you have to kind of, I guess, predict which one you're going to pick. Because if you click a certain button and there's a certain item in front of you, then that's what you're going to get. So it's all kind of based on that. But
very strategic with those placements.
definitely.
Although I think I just saw Blue Shell get tossed, which dropped. Didn't do much. East Butler's going to take first. Crawford 3 second. East Butler third. Crawford 3 fourth. East Butler 3 starting with 7 points. Crawford 4. Still anyone's match as we get to the next track selection.
Super Bell Subway, I believe, was chosen.
Super Bell Subway is our esteemed coach came over for a selfie, or as I recently learned, thanks to a very good TV show called Ted Lasso, it's called an Ussie, because it was of us.
Yay!
Getting started here on the subway. They start off in the actual terminal part before they head down to the track. Those who have been in major cities kind of know what I'm talking about. Those of us who have only ever lived in Nebraska have no idea. East Butler 3 holding on to first and third. Crawford second and fourth. This race is going to be a tough one.
Yep.
Just the amount of obstacles. And by obstacles,
Yep.
trains.
Trains, subways, you name them.
East Butler Dry Bones dropping all the way back to fourth, which means Crawford 3 is going to take over second and third. A couple red shells heading towards East Butler 3 in first place, with the tiny Bowser that's not Bowser. This track doesn't have too much in the way of shortcut, just more alternate routes, either going high or going low, maybe getting a little bit of an extra turn, a little wider turn to help that drift boost along. Going into lap 3, East Butler has first and second, Crawford third and fourth. That second, third, and fourth place position is going to be interesting who ends up where, because they're all still right next to each other. These trains not giving any inch to these racers.
And that's why I'm kind of surprised they chose this track, because, I mean, obviously that's a huge obstacle. You bump into it, it completely messes you up. So I'm very surprised this one got chosen.
It is an interesting choice, but I guess if you perfect it, I mean, you can sometimes figure out which one's going to go where, as East Butler comes in first, Crawford 3 second, and now we just have the final two. Ooh, big blue shell there. Let's Crawford 3 take third and East Butler fourth. That blue shell definitely helped finish out strong there. As we move on into the next one, East Butler 3-13, Crawford 3-9. Still very close game, very close match.
Definitely.
Very close race. Flower Cup Mario Circuit. Time for some castles, some turns. There are some pretty good turns in this one.
Definitely. Time to feel like the prince or princess that you really are.
Aww. East Butler holding on to those first and second place positions barely. Always the start of these races are very hard to really define where people are going to be. One thing they've got to remember is that those flowers do bite.
Oh, yeah.
I always just like to call them Audrey too, as they will eat you up. So they've got to remember that as they go around the track, to stay near the center when they see those flowers, or risk getting eaten by one. East Butler sitting with that first place spot. Crawford in second, East Butler in third, Crawford in fourth. Now moving up to third. East Butler had to drop back, but the mushrooms there helped them hop up into second place. But a well-aimed red shell keeps the balance here, as racers continue forward. It's that second and the third and fourth place position, both sitting there with stars. That's where the battle is really going to be at the moment. As we go into lap 3, East Butler still in first place. Black Shy Guy closing the gap a bit. More star power behind for Crawford 3. Taking over that third place position. Now, not only do you have to worry about the flowers on the outside of the tracks, but now one right in the middle. East Butler splitting that first and third. Crawford second and fourth. It's going to be a tough one for the Black Shy Guys. Runs into the wall, still able to maintain that second place, but going over the sand is not going to help too much. As East Butler finishes first, Crawford second, East Butler third, Crawford fourth. Really close finisher at the end for 2, 3, 4.
Definitely.
Going into race 4, we're going Twisted Mansion. This is from Luigi, the, why am I blanking on the name of that game right now? Luigi's Haunted Mansion. Homage to that game. Solid start there for East Butler as they zoom ahead, getting into those first and second positions. Crawford, though, not a team to take that lightly, as they will find a way to kind of catch up. Getting the water section of the map here. Racers running along the walls, if you will, because they are technically in hover mode under the water.
Oh.
Slight technical error. Looks like some of the controllers may have disconnected. I think it was our GameCube controllers. Lots of tech going on here today. This match will continue here in a moment as we're back in. So race starts once again. Track leveling out now. East Butler still first and second. Crawford 3 sitting third and fourth. Still anyone's race right now as they go back onto the walls for some more racing. Feel really bad for whoever has to clean up those walls on that mansion.
Definitely not me, because I'm way too short to do that.
I think we'll just leave it to the ghosts, right?
You know, I mean, they technically live there, so.
That's true. East Butler is battling it out there for Dry Bones, second and third place. Crawford does take it, but there's not much difference between the two. As we're getting closer to getting into lap 3 here with East Butler 3 finding that finish line going into lap 3. Right now, East Butler holding on to those first and second positions, but much closer race than some of the others we've had. Crawford 3 can find a way with these items to get there. A bomb might just do it. Crawford 3 using each other to help get those mini boosts. But East Butler 2 taking the high road through the mansion. So they're going to take first. And Crawford coming in for second. East Butler taking third, Crawford taking fourth. Quick move there at the end, but that one's going to finish it out for these racers. Great work by both teams, but East Butler looks like they're going to take it 27 to Crawford's 17. We'll be back here soon with more racing with 2 new teams here shortly. Okay, just make sure, Lexington, you're across the top, right? Then, Jamie, you guys on the bottom? Okay. Okay. And we're back with Lexington 1 versus Grand Island Northwest 3 here on race day. You see all these options on the screen. This is set up perfectly for our races, but racers can pick any of these. It's like I'm doing a promo for the video game that's been out forever. Rock, paper, scissors there. Looks like Lexington's going to win that, so they're going to get to go Twisted Mansion first. And Northwest 3 will be able to pick second. As we get started here with Twisted Mansion again.
I love Twisted Mansion.
It's definitely an interesting track.
It is. There are a lot of turns and a lot of chances to use tricks, but it can be challenging at the same time.
Big boost there for the Mario on the bike for Lexington. However, GI Northwest able to also get some big boosts. So Northwest is sitting in first and fourth now after some jockeying for positions. Lexington 1 sit in the middle, second and third. Dry Bones kind of seems like a favorite today. I've seen him a couple times. Is there a huge difference between characters, or is it just kind of preference?
There actually is quite a bit of difference, whether it's... So every single character has a certain combo. It can be based off of weight, how fast they go. So basically what you want to do is you want to try, obviously as everyone does in the beginning, you want to try and find the best combo for you. And obviously that combo is not going to work on every track. Every track is obviously different, but it does actually matter on the character based on your preference and both the stats.
Kind of like size and weight type thing.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of characters are, like, compared to Baby Rosalina and Metal Mario. Obviously.
Huge weight difference.
Yes, definitely.
Metal Mario's obviously going to be less. So looking here, we've got two Marios. So would you say normal weight? Normal, like one Mario is a normal weight?
Definitely. They have different weights, like sections for each character. So it just, Mario's probably definitely normal, I would say.
And then down on the bottom of the screen, Dry Bones and Isabel would be lighter. Oh, I would say Dry Bones would definitely be lighter weight because, you know, no muscles.
Yeah, definitely.
As Isabel takes first for GI Northwest, Lexington coming in second, GI Northwest in third, and Lexington in fourth. So weight definitely a factor, but then we always see the kart selection with wheels and the parachutes or
Yeah.
flying contraption. So there's a lot that goes into choosing the perfect setup for you.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, more stats, believe it or not, more stats are actually, like, certain stats are a little bit more important than other ones. Like weight, it's not actually that important, surprisingly. I mean, you can use it. It does, all these definitely factor. It's just not that important. But yes, based on what you pick on your car, wheels, character, that all definitely is important.
So for someone like me that almost religiously runs Link, I mean, running Link is fine as long as I have the appropriate kart with wheels and flying contraption.
Yeah, definitely.
Getting started here on Cloud Top Cruise again. GI Northwest going to take an early lead, easily battled though by Lexington. They're going to have the first and fourth position, now first and third. GI Northwest, second and fourth. Good battle between these two teams, splitting up the places here. Third and fourth place is going to switch around here. Drybone's going to take it away from Mario. So GI Northwest now 2-3. The first place Mario, a nice little gap he's created for himself. Using the shortcut. However, for the other Mario going over the shortcut, gets hit by a shell, unfortunately. So he's going to have to drop a little bit further back in fourth place. GI Northwest closing the gap between the first place racer. Drybone's almost able to take it over, does get hit by a green shell. And so we're still split here. Lexington 1-4, Northwest 2-3. Going in and out of the store. Some tricks there by the first place Mario, keeps the red shell at bay. And the Mario with the star does jump up into third place. Drybones in second, trying to find their prey for that red shell that they're holding on to. Launching it as the first place Mario does land in the cloud. The red shell only running into a banana peel, however. Great block there. As we're getting close to the end of this race. Looks like the Mario from Lexington is going to take first. Drybones dropping back to third. So that means Lexington's going to take first and second. Northwest taking third and fourth. Still a close one. GI Northwest has 10. Lexington 1 has 12.
Still anyone's game.
It still is anyone's game. Because that's how math works.
Game math.
We have girl math, we have book math, we have dog math, now we're going to have game math.
Yes.
And game math says that if you play half a game, you have to finish the game.
Of course.
And we're halfway through these races, so let's keep going.
My favorite Rainbow Road just got picked.
Several Rainbow Roads available on this game. All an homage to the old ones. This one's going all the way back to the SNES, something that's older than you, Grace.
How old?
Older than me.
Wow.
The Super Nintendo Entertainment System Rainbow Road is for race 3. Rainbow Road, always the toughest race on any game. This one especially because there are no barriers. It is all open, so if you fly off the edge, that's your own fault.
But it does have, again, a lot of good opportunities for tricks.
Lots of great opportunities. You see the blocks dropping onto the track. Every little wave is a jump. So you could be hitting every jump along the way, getting those boosts, and rocketing in to those first and second place positions as Lexington has. They're sitting first and second. Northwest sitting third and fourth, trying to get those higher positions and able to do so only for a moment. Mario's from Lexington trading off. Dry Bones comes in and starts going toe-to-toe with him, taking over that first place position. Northwest now split 1-4. Lexington 2-3. Dry Bones ends up dropping back to third. Now taking over second. Good little battle for third place here. And Isabel almost is able to take it, but Mario holds on with some great turning around the corner. Both teams pushing hard. Battle for first and second, battle for third and fourth. Lexington's gonna finish in first on this one. Northwest second and third. Lexington pulling at the rear in fourth. These numbers are still gonna stay rather close. GI Northwest 3 with 15, Lexington 1, 18. Tough match for both teams here. This is a real quality race going on. Time for the last track selection.
Dragon Driftway.
Dragon Driftway it is. One of my favorite mythological creatures, dragons.
Of course.
I know I'm basic on that. But these are Eastern style dragons, not Western style dragons. Eastern style they're more just like a snake. Rather large and can still breathe fire. Western are the ones with legs and wings and all the things that we associate with dragons most of the time. Lexington 1 sitting here second and third. Battling back and forth between each other, but does take over first for just a moment. Dry Bones not allowing it though. GI Northwest first and third now. Now first and second thanks to some boosts off of their fellow competitors. Doesn't last too long as Mario takes second. Good battle for second place going on. Dry Bones taking the early lead. A horn in that fourth place position, a tough item to use. You got to get close to someone to make it count. Smart move, dropping that item, getting rid of it, getting the star in its place. Great pull there for an item. Dry Bones having that horn in first place is actually great because they can eliminate red shells like they just did. Great move there. Banana in place on defense as Mario had sent forward a red shell. We're in lap 3 now. This is gonna shake things up on the scoreboard a little bit. Mario's got a bomb-bomb. We've seen another great throw. We've seen one great throw from a Mario with a bomb-bomb before. Not sure this one can get close enough as Dry Bones has lengthened that lead slightly. looking back in third and fourth, there is a good battle there between the two. And Isabel using that flower to get all the way up into second place. So GI Northwest is going to take first and second on that one. Lexington third and fourth. That was a very close one until the end. And we look at those scores level out. GI Northwest pulls this one out at 23. Lexington 21.
That was a nice snag at the end.
That was a great snag there at the end by Isabel. But honestly, between these two teams, that is like peak closeness. It was an amazing matchup. And it was just that little bit at the end that just pulled it out for Northwest, going 23-21. Good games all around to those racers. That was a tough one. But we'll be back here with another race shortly. Andrew, what number are you? Like GINW 4?
Yeah.
Well, Grace, it's about that time, right?
Now we can root for anyone.
Two GI Northwest teams face off against each other. GI Northwest 1, GI Northwest 4. here on the Northwest Esports Twitch channel during the Northwest Mario Kart Tournament. These two teams have been playing against each other all season long during practice, so it'll be really interesting to see how things shake up for the two teams. This more comes down to, I think, just mental between these two teams than actual performance. They're both teams very high quality racers.
Mm-hmm.
And so it'll be really interesting to see how this kind of shakes up. Starting off Sunshine Airport.
That's a good one.
Getting to go through the airport terminal, onto the plane, over the plane, under the plane, everything about the plane. It's the Peachettes versus the Black Yoshis. 'Cause that's the only way I'm going to be able to differentiate these two teams. GI Northwest 1, GI Northwest 4 going at it. Kind of splitting places at the moment, but they're so neck and neck, it's going to be hard to tell you who's going to stay in first and who's going to stay in fourth, as they will move about as much as possible going around this track. Right now, GI Northwest 1 is holding on to that first place spot. GI Northwest 4 second. 1 third, 4 fourth. But they're all within feet of each other. So it could change at any moment. Big throw there for a banana peel from Peachette in third place. Hoping to catch a second place Yoshi. Unfortunately, the second place Yoshi much too close for it. However, the Peachette continues to get these tricks in the turns, taking second place away from the Black Yoshi for just a moment. Battling it back and forth there between second and third. GI Northwest 1 getting that first and second position. Northwest 4 holding on to third and fourth for the moment. But that could change at any second, as the Black Yoshi on the top right does have 3 mushrooms to use, now down to 1. Grace, you know these players really well, because you go to school with them.
Yep.
What are your predictions? How is this going to go? Is it really going to be as close as it looks right now?
I mean, I would probably say, yeah, all 4 of them are very good. So it's going to definitely be a lot more mental.
So does this one actually make like the mental and then just match or race choice, track choice?
I mean, basically, yeah, all of them might be good at one certain track, and it's just going to come down to that.
Well, Northwest 1 is going to take first and second. Northwest 4 taking third and fourth. And we're going to go into track 2 here. One team shines in one team shines in the other, possibly. Going into Yoshi's Circuit. Not the first time we've seen Yoshi's Circuit today.
Definitely not.
Probably won't be the last. And the reason it's called Yoshi's Circuit is because if you look in the middle of the screen, there's a nice little Yoshi there for you. The track itself makes a Yoshi figure. To be honest, I didn't notice that until now. GI Northwest 4 sitting in first and fourth. Northwest 1 second and third. Once again, these can change at any moment. We'll try to keep you aware of where they're at as the Peachettes bounce off each other. One of them gets caught by a flower, so they're going to take over first and second. Only for a moment. Huge battle for that second and third place position. It's all going to come down to the proper drifts around the corners. there is a shortcut right around there that both teams are aware of and do use liberally. So you're going to see a lot of changes there around that specific corner as some go for the shortcut, some miss it. Going into lap 3, Northwest 1 still holding on to that first and second position. Northwest 4, third and fourth. That Bullet Bill's going to take them quite a long way, getting right up to the shortcut. So Northwest 4 is going to take that second place position. They're going to go 2-3 at the moment. However, a Star is going to help out the Peachette on the top, getting her all the way into second place. The Peachette in the lead has quite a bit of one, so she's going to finish in first. And we just have to wait to kind of see those mushrooms taken away, but able to get over the finish line right before that red shell hits. It's always great to have a tournament. We have alumni come back. A lot of alumni here today rooting on the youngins that they've been coaching up when they were here. And right now it's Northwest 1-16, Northwest 4-6. Wario's Gold Mine.
Yes. Great memories.
Coach comes over, spicing the game up a little bit. Telling both teams, hey, don't let them beat you. Speaking of gold, though, we do have to, there's some people we haven't thanked yet on this broadcast, and that's our sponsors. You see them down there in the corner. We are so glad to have all of our sponsors help us. We even have Computer Concepts here today at the tournament. Big thank you to them for their sponsorship and coming out and supporting us and bringing some cool things along for the ride. They've got a couple gaming computers that they've built set up here for contestant or kids and parents and whoever wants to play on them. But cool thing, I'm a teacher here at Northwest. One of the cool things is I now have an esports shirt that Graham Thayer helped get. I mean, a lot of great sponsors for the team. So thank you to all of them. You see them all there in the bottom. If you live in the area or, you know, it's a bigger name, you know, go and support them as they've supported us. These racers, though, they're not focused on the sponsors. They're focused on the race, as we should be. Sitting right now in lap 2, Northwest 1 has that first and second solidly down. Northwest 4, third and fourth. I think they're struggling a bit with falling off the map. As you can see there from the Black Yoshi in fourth place, this is, as Grace said before, a tough map to just stay on.
At least it's not like Rainbow Road where you don't have like any barricades. This one does have some barricades.
This one definitely does have some. And I do have to say, some of the Rainbow Roads, and I don't know if we'll see them today, but some of the Rainbow Roads not having barricades allows for huge shortcuts.
Definitely.
There was one that I saw where they finished a Rainbow Road in like a minute and 4 seconds. And it was one of the sprint Rainbow Roads, so you were going from point A to just point B, and it was split into 3 sections. And quite literally just jumping off the edge and going to the next section.
I mean, that's what shortcuts are for.
Big finish here for Northwest 1 getting first and second. Northwest 4 getting third and fourth. Going in to race 4. This one more just for fun, as Northwest 4 doesn't have much of a way to catch up. But none of these races have really just been blowouts.
Yeah.
There's always a lot of fighting for positions, and so the gap between these two teams is very small.
Definitely. And we have the lovely Cheeseland.
How many cheesy jokes can we make?
Probably a million, as there are a million out there.
There are a million different cheeses, but we're going to here for a Gouda time. Okay, I'm going to stop now. As we get this race started, it's going to be a brie for them. There's another cheese.
Oh my goodness. I've never even heard of that cheese before.
You've never heard of brie?
No.
Brie's a delicious cheese. Not exactly sure. Northwest 1 is kind of giving the first and second to Northwest 4 at the moment. There is no real way Northwest 4 can win the whole thing, but
Possibly out of gratitude?
possibly.
Or they might be bagging like that strategy.
Possibly trying to get that set up, trying to work that out. Makes sense from the look of it. Northwest 1 taking over first and second. Northwest 4 third and fourth. So if that was the plan, it did work. Unable to use the Swiss properly though. Doesn't get through the hole there and not able to make that shortcut. Sitting in lap 2, Northwest 1, first and third. Northwest 4 was second and fourth, now 3 and 4 thanks to the shortcut. Good red shell placement there though. It's gonna make that Peachette a little bit, put her a little bit behind. So Northwest 1 and 4, Northwest 4 second and third.
Peach in first has a really big lead.
Huge lead for Peach in first, but also I don't think she's had to deal much with the other two, with the Black Yoshis, who both went off the map at the same point. Always a tough one when there's no barriers.
Definitely.
So Northwest 1 finishing first and second, Northwest 4 third and fourth. As this one finishes up, Northwest 1 taking it 32, Northwest 4 12. We will be back here momentarily with more races once we get some new teams stepping up to the plate.
There we go. Kid, where's the kid? Where's the kid? God damn it, no!
We are back with Arcadia 1, Louisville 1. We're going to get a race here started soon. Stay with us. Racers are getting their characters selected, their carts selected. Lots of moving around. As you can see there, Louisville 1 on the bottom with the Warriors showing you some of the stats that players can see as they load up characters. So when we talk stats, that's what we mean, are those different stats in terms of weight, speed, acceleration, traction, all the fun stuff as we go to Excite Bike Arena.
This is like what, the fourth, fifth time we've seen it
Oh,
now?
it's definitely a favorite of the racers. There was one year where I saw, I think it was the Mario circuit, every match in a row for like 3 hours. It was great.
Well then.
Racers getting started out here. Louisville 1 had the lead. Lots of jockeying for position. But Arcadia sitting with that first and second, first and third, as second and third battle it out. Arcadia 1 taking over that first place spot. Split between them is first and fourth. Louisville has the second and third until Metal Mario took that first place position. But those red shells, they'll get you. Red shells are the homing beacons, if you will. They're the ones that'll hunt you down. Green shells are the throw it and hope for the best.
But if you have good aim.
And I hope for the best. Arcadia and Louisville battling it out for first and second. It's going back and forth between the two of them. But some mud holds back Arcadia's Black Yoshi going into lap 3, so he loses that first place position but does battle back to second. Louisville sitting in third, Arcadia in fourth for their partners. Lots of movement, though, so Louisville has first and second, Arcadia third and fourth. Some great jumps here. Louisville and Arcadia battling it back and forth, first and second. The Black Yoshi and the Wario not wanting to give each other too much room, but out of nowhere, Isabel slides into second place. So Arcadia 1 is going to take first and second. Louisville 3 and 4. A great drift there at the end with the mushroom. Pockets them a couple extra points going into track 2.
There you go. Donut Plains 3.
Donut sounds nice right about now.
It does.
Can I have an entire plane of them? Arcadia getting those early spots because they finished first and second, but Metal Mario has the stats built very well on their card, so they're able to take that second position away for a moment. But it looks like a shortcut has helped the Arcadia team stay in the lead, first and second. Metal Mario not far behind. Wario's a little ways off. Didn't get the best of starts, but plenty of time here to catch up as they're all now on to lap 2. Metal Mario with the red shell. I finally figured out exactly how those players are doing that. I didn't realize that you could stay under the water there and hit that corner.
Oh yeah, that is another shortcut they like to do.
Great move there for them as we now go into lap 3. Arcadia taking first with Isabel, Louisville second, but Black Yoshi is going to take it away for them for a moment. Metal Mario, Black Yoshi going to battle it out, but Louisville also pulling at the rear in fourth with Wario. Arcadia split 1-3 right now. Isabel trying to get ahead, but that mushroom kind of stopped working about partway through. So Arcadia is going to take first and third. Louisville 1 has second and fourth as Wario brings up the rear here. I enjoy them having fun, even when they kind of get caught up in last place.
That's the most important thing about this, is to have fun.
Absolutely. Games are always great for some fun competition, but it's always more enjoying the experience sometimes than winning.
Definitely. Cheese land again! Don't you dare.
But it's cheese. And I'm cheesy. And we're on a cheese land.
Oh my goodness.
Wario getting off to an early lead here. Louisville taking will have the first and second positions. Isabel coming out of nowhere, getting that first position though. So they're sitting at second and third. She's not terribly far ahead. Black Yoshi's back in fourth. We were informed by our GI Northwest 1 team that it is possible to go backwards on the track in the very beginning and still come back and get first place. So it is anyone's race here as Arcadia is sitting in first place going into lap 2, Louisville second place and third place. Arcadia coming up in the rear with Isabel in fourth place.
Black Yoshi has a pretty good lead.
Solid lead there for Black Yoshi. An entire turn and a half between him and Wario. Wario and Isabel somewhat close. Metal Mario pretty far back there. Another about turn and a half, but that star is going to help Mario get around those corners a little bit faster. Going into lap 3, Yoshi's in first place. Isabel popping up into second, but easily overtaken by Wario from Louisville. And in fourth is Metal Mario still, but those stars were kind of helpful until running into that block of Swiss. Not able to make that hole to get through that shortcut. That one's not really a joke, I promise.
Nope, don't worry, I saw it too. You're forgiven.
Wario using that gold mushroom to close the gap to the Black Yoshi. Not able to do quite that though. So Black Yoshi is going to finish in first place from Arcadia. Second place is Louisville. Arcadia is going to take third, and Louisville fourth. So Arcadia's got 22 points, Louisville 11, going into the next race, race 4.
And another Rainbow Road. Oh, never mind.
Rumble Volcano.
Oh, that one is.
I'm so sad that the volcano's angry.
Maybe it's just hungry.
Maybe. Maybe it should go to Cheeseland.
Yes.
Or Donut Plains. Donut Plains not actually known for donuts, but the bowls that create the holes that look like donuts.
There you go.
Arcadia taking the early lead with Isabel going to first place. Wario dropping back to fourth. Arcadia, though, they're going to pull out first and second at the moment in lap 1, but it is only just lap 1 for them. Louisville does get a second. Wario ends up having to drop back to third. Metal Mario and Wario going at it. Wario, though, hits a banana hidden perfectly between the item drops. That is good aiming. As someone who plays this game, I do try to drop, if I have a banana just sitting there and I have better things behind it, I do try to drop it right by an item box. So you go through the item box, you hit the banana, and I just laugh. Arcadia, though, has a good lead here, first and second, through Rumble Volcano. Going into the third lap, Wario and Metal Mario using the mushrooms and a star trying to make up some of that distance. Wario getting very close to the edge there, using that drift perfectly. Isabel getting caught by one of Wario's red shells, but not close enough to overtake quite yet. Black Yoshi still in first place by a good chunk. So he's going to take first here. Second. Ooh, second could be given up. And, ooh, is just in the last second. Isabel from Arcadia takes second place. Metal Mario takes third from Louisville, and Wario takes fourth. Tight game there at the end. Good games all around for both teams, but Arcadia is going to take this one 30, Louisville 14. Welcome back, race fans. You're going to notice that the gentlemen in these chairs look a lot older than our competitors today because these are our coaches. We've got a Coaches Cup going on between David City, East Butler, Thayer Central, and Louisville. They're sitting there picking their characters just like our racers always do. They're going to play through a cup, so that's 4 races. We're going to see which coach has the right stuff.
So far, not too bad stats.
Some great stats. These coaches know what they're doing. They know how to pick characters. They have to tell these kids sometimes how to pick characters. So we're going to start with
drum roll.
Drum roll, please. Mario Kart Stadium.
Classic.
Great classic map. Going to be a great match between these coaches. The esports athletes behind him cheering him on, trying to coach them up a little bit. Saying, hey, coach, don't forget about the shortcut.
The roles have reversed.
David City is Link. East Butler is the modern Link. Thayer Central is the Turtle, and Louisville the Dry Bones.
I believe Thayer Central is Koopa Troopa.
Koopa Troopa, fine. I just like calling him Turtle.
Or you can say Koopa Troopa, whatever you want for short.
Louisville takes an early lead with Dry Bones there. Getting out into first place, but not far behind, is going to be the East Butler Modern Link. Sending forth a red shell, 2 red shells in fact, taking over that first place position. Thayer Central following short, closely behind with the Koopa Troopa. Getting into second place. The Classic Link takes over third as Dry Bones had to drop all the way back to fourth. Hits a banana peel that I think he threw. Always unfortunate.
We all make that mistake.
Some of us more than others. The Lynx taking the first and second place position. Thayer Central, Louisville sitting in third and fourth. David City, East Butler second and first respectively. Good matchup between these coaches. Not much room between them. East Butler has that first place position. Thayer Central taking over the second, and until an unfortunate hit is going to drop him to third for a moment. On all the way back to fourth, Louisville has that second place position, using the corner really well, taking the cone with him. Classic Link using the horn to drop Thayer Central back into fourth place, so David City's going to take third. East Butler still holding on to first with the Modern Link. Dry Bones in third. Going on back and forth between David Central. David Central now taking second, but East Butler's going to take first with Modern Link. David City drops to third. Thayer Central coming in hot with that second place. So that means David City is going to take third. Louisville is going to take fourth. As we finish up race 1. Going on to the next track, taking a look at Star Cup. Mount Wario for this one. I haven't played this one very much. Mount Wario's a new one for me.
I've played it once and I did not like it.
Mount Wario looks to be another sprint track as the racers get ready. East Butler's going to start in that first place position. Thayer Central in that second place position. David City in third. Louisville in fourth. Louisville getting the best start of the bunch, hopping out in an early lead, followed by East Butler, David City, and then Thayer Central. Coaches are sitting right next to us, and I just hear one go, "What is this track?" Well, this is Mount Wario for you. It is an unforgiving winter wonderland of fun and ice and no barriers as they go down the hill trying to get that first place finish. East Butler. Going into the second section, Louisville has that early lead, followed closely by David City, then Thayer Central, and East Butler pulling up the rear, using those mushrooms to his advantage, getting all the way up into second place. Now finding the maintenance area of Mount Wario, where they try to keep the ski slopes going.
Of course.
Louisville still sitting in first, East Butler in second, Thayer Central third, David City fourth. East Butler, though, ends up dropping all the way back to fourth. Thayer Central had second until David City blazed by him until he found that tree. That was a really nice tree. This map definitely a tough one when it comes to this tree section.
Lots of obstacles in your way.
Plenty of obstacles. David City holding onto the ghost, which actually would help him through that section, because ghosts can go through things.
They can.
Louisville Dry Bones still in first place. East Butler in second. Thayer Central in third. David City in fourth. One of them over there just really wants his character to turn. Not sure how much you can hear from our players, but it is definitely a good matchup here as Louisville hits all the rings going through the flying section, followed by East Butler. Blue Shell on the way, though. Big hit here near the finish line. East Butler overtakes. So East Butler's going to come in first. Louisville in second. Thayer Central is going to come in third. David City in fourth. East Butler taking another first place. So right now, East Butler in first, Thayer Central second, Louisville third, and David City fourth. And they're going to call it after those two. So East Butler taking the victory. 2 first-place runs. Congratulations to all the coaches, though. Glad they have fun. Glad the kids always enjoy that the most, too.
It is very fun to see.
It's always great to see your coach actually do the thing that they're trying to coach you to do, to see if they're as good as you are.
Put them through the exact pain.
And I wouldn't call this pain for those coaches. I think they really enjoyed it. So 4th place goes to David City. Third place goes to Louisville. Second place, Thayer Central.
And drum roll.
First place, East Butler. These coaches had a lot of fun doing it. We'll be back here shortly with more racing for you. All right, we're back with Crawford 2, Auburn 2. Gonna have some good races coming up here for you. Some interesting stats on the screen here for these players.
Pretty good stats, I would say.
Really good stats for these races.
And we are back. We now have Dylan Coates.
Is this race 1 or 2?
This is race 1.
Okay,
Do not
just
worry.
started here. First map choice is a pretty fun one. I heard you talking earlier about how you love Wario's Gold Mine. This is
Yes.
one of my personal favorites. It's a really good front running track, so it's really good to start off early in the lead here. So something to think about going in, that you can try and maintain this lead. It'll definitely help in the long run. A good start here from Crawford 2, first and third. Just a little bit of a missed jump there from Crawford 2, goes off the side, but Auburn 2 is still right there in it. A close second and third. Third goes for the off the track route, and second is going to end up in first. A really tight battle here for first and second. Right on this beginning stretch here. One thing I'm not seeing, fourth place right now, 2 coins. First is the only one with 10, so definitely something to think about. I mean, coins do give you that extra boost of speed and acceleration, so definitely something need to be noted, because if first can maintain here with all the coins, and they do have that boom box if there is a blue shell or something like that, but a really close race here. Auburn 2 is taking first, did take first place over Crawford 2, now in second and third. In 2v2s though, first and fourth is worth more points than second and third. First place is worth 5, and then you get 3, 2, 1 on that back 3, so definitely want to maintain a first position for Crawford or Auburn, and Auburn is kind of pulling away here. Keeping that first is big, especially for points. Like you said, this is the first race when I got here, so good thing to start out with the first place.
Still anyone's game, definitely.
One thing I'm noticing, there's a little bit different card combinations than some of the things we've seen. I mean, not everyone is like all identical and like super consistent, but these card combos between these two teams are a little different than we've seen some of the other teams go with here today. Second map choice, Rainbow Road.
We have now seen all 3 Rainbow Roads this entire stream.
No shock there. I mean, Rainbow Road's a pretty popular map. The only thing with Rainbow Road is you're either good at it or you're not, and it's definitely a map choice you want to take if you know how to play it well, but if you're a little bit more inexperienced or I guess less aged in the Mario Kart verse, Rainbow Road is definitely a tough map to take. We've seen a couple fall-offs here already, just something to pay attention to, especially in a tight match like this. Really good race here so far. I mean, there hasn't really been one person just kind of taking over this race. It's been pretty well back and forth. It's all pretty close. Verse is starting to get a little bit more of the lead here and kind of pull away, but that race for second and third is still pretty close on. And all it takes is one mistake from that first place racer to just end out and fall back to a second, third, even a fourth spot. I've seen some races where you start off and you got a pretty good lead in first, and then it's just one thing after another. You get a blue shell and a bunch of other crazy stuff happens, and you're back in third, fourth place, and we see it right there. There's a red shell, and first place gets hit and shortens that lead a little bit. And not only that, they only have 4 coins. So coins are going to be another big thing to kind of take into consideration here. Rainbow Road is not a super coin-heavy map. It's one of those where if you're going to get the coins, you're going to have to kind of be smart and try and maintain and hold those coin positions. And as first, we see again gets hit with a red shell and back down to 6 coins again. Current first now with 10, so going to be a little tougher to catch up here for second.
Going back to what you said earlier, while there are not very many coins in here, all the turns could make a really good mini boost.
Yeah, that is true. There's a lot of really good tight corners, and if you can drift them right, it makes a great boost around, which can add up quick. And we see right here, Crawford too goes that red shell for first, but first has a lead. Blue shell now, and Crawford's able to take that lead from Auburn right at the end of the map. Crawford's going to get a first, Auburn a second and a third. Really good race there from both sides, just able to get right there at the end, get that red shell, and then a pretty good blue shell there from the teammate who was back and forth, and just a great way to end the race.
And the scores are tied up now.
Yeah, this definitely is going to come down to the wire. A very close match here for both sides. I mean, just something to think about. 11-11 is very close. It may even come down to the final map choice.
They chose a very interesting
Yeah,
track for this one.
this is definitely going to be interesting to see kind of what the strategy here is for whoever got map choice, because Toad's Turnpike is it can be good as a front running or a bagging track if you want to fall back a little bit and then just keep items for that second and third lap to take a pretty substantial lead. But definitely going to see how this track is chosen to be run here, especially by whoever picked the map, whether it be Crawford or Auburn. Right now, Auburn first, Crawford second. And a really tight race here for first. Third and fourth also kind of right there battling. We see first and second here have taken a little bit more of a lead, but third and fourth still battling also. First now a pretty substantial lead, nothing too crazy, but as I said, if you can get the right items and hold out, this is definitely not a bad track to try and come back from in that last end of that second, third lap. So first isn't entirely safe here, but definitely has a pretty good lead. good red shell defense. The battle now is between second, third, and fourth. The left side of the screen, Crawford and Auburn, those two players here, are just duking it out for first and second. They've been pretty consistent in those two spots for all of these races. But player one does have 9 coins. That leads the pack. Both Auburn players with 0 coins. So we see a takeover here. First and second is Crawford. And this is where the bagging kind of comes into play on this final lap. First and second for Crawford. What a race there. We saw Crawford, player number 2 there, was in kind of third and fourth, kind of battling, and then got those good bagged items and was able to move up and take that second place spot. Their teammate got first, and they take a pretty good substantial lead there, up by 5 now. Auburn is going to need a first place if they want to get close here.
And there we go with Baby Park.
Baby Park has been a pretty popular race today. I know I've played it a couple times already. My first map, actually, me and my partner had gotten first in all first of our 3 races, and so we chose Baby Park because we knew it was going to be popular, and we just kind of wanted to get a head start on it, knowing that especially in close races like this one here, it was probably going to come down to it. So a little bit of practice, but no surprise that we've seen Baby Park as much as we have today.
And just like what Colin said in another match, while this one is easy, you can also just get thrown and attacked with items. So that's also what makes it kind of chaotic.
Yeah, it is a very chaotic map. We see Crawford here with a pretty good first and second lead. Now first and third. And a great red shell from player 2 from Crawford. And a great defense there as they keep first and second. But as you said, it's very chaotic, and their player 2 from Crawford just goes down to that superstar. Now dropping all the way to fourth, and player 1 from Crawford is just going to hold this green shell behind them and try and play a little bit of defense here from any shells. One thing, though, that does get a lot of people on Baby Park is just those random banana placements. If you can get a banana and you just throw it behind you, it can get really chaotic, especially in those back halves. Auburn now with the first place finish. And I believe that means Auburn is going to win. Not quite. Crawford does come out on top. Very good cup there from both sides. Very far back and forth. And it came down right at the end. Auburn was able to get that first place, but Crawford just sneaking it out.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
And we're already on.
Oh.
I don't know why that keeps happening. Anyways, hi guys. How's chat doing? How's the world? How's life out there? Glad to be back. We've got Grand Island Northwest 4 versus Arcadia 1 coming up here for you now.
Nothing happened.
Grumble Volcano.
Yet again.
Grumble, grumble, grumble. You seem so upset. It's not that we're upset by their choices. We just see these a lot. They are
That is
popular
true.
maps, and so players do enjoy racing on them, as we've got the Yoshis and Isabel all racing today. GI Northwest 4 had the early lead, lost it there to Arcadia. So Arcadia pulling up first and second. GI Northwest 4 had second and third. Had a slight, I think they took off motion controls,
That
is
was
what happened. Motion controls being you can tilt your controller and make your character move.
just like the Wii.
Some players absolutely, positively hate it, and other players just don't like it.
Not the best thing to use the motion control.
Not the best thing to use motion controls, especially when you're using standard controllers.
Yes.
All of these players playing with... In fact, actually, I stand corrected. They're not all using standard controllers. We do have two just Joy-Cons being used. One Joy-Con controller setup, so you take the Joy-Con and you put it in controller format, and one Pro controller.
Okay.
Always interesting to know what players are playing, how players are playing the game. And that is what they're using as we are in lap 2. Arcadia Pink Yoshi in first place. Isabel in second. GI Northwest 4 going third and fourth. Going into lap 3. GI Northwest 4 is going to take that second place spot. However, falling off the map there does not help chances, as Isabel is going to take that, or correction, that was his teammate that took that back over. The yellows are hard to differentiate sometimes on the screen.
Because they all have the same car.
They all have the same car except for the Yoshi in first place with Arcadia 1, who's going to finish in first. He's got a bike instead of a car. Northwest is battling it out here for third place. However, goes off the map. However, lots of howevers here. Teammate's going to take second place for GI Northwest 4. An Arcadia 1. Is going to finish that one out. Not much difference between the two teams now. It's 5 and 6. Going on to Sunshine Airport.
Of course.
Always an interesting question. If you could get on a plane and go anywhere, where would you go?
That's toughy.
It might be tough for you, but I know exactly where these players are thinking. To the championship.
That's true. Very true.
I believe I would be going to England.
Wow.
A little tour of England would be nice. Meet the king. Tell him I don't like him. I much preferred his mother, Queen Elizabeth, for win.
Rest in peace.
R.I.P. Love the corgis.
Yes.
As we get near here to the end of lap 1, Arcadia 1 is leading the way with the pink Yoshi, followed up behind by GI Northwest 4, yellow Yoshi in the bottom corner. Top corner Yoshi for GI Northwest 4 going into third. Isabel bringing up the rear in fourth on lap 2. That box isn't going to help Isabel as she has a little bit to catch up on. They're not terribly far spread out, but just enough that they can't quite see each other in the distance without hitting them with something. So Arcadia is now splitting 1 and 3. GI Northwest 4 is going to split second and fourth. Going into lap 3, Arcadia's Yoshi kind of got held up a little bit there next to the plane, it looked like. So that gap is going to close down slightly. However, teammate doing work behind him, getting that yellow Yoshi to pull back a little bit using a red shell. Managing to take that second place position. So Arcadia 1 is holding on to first and second. GI Northwest third and fourth, aiming to find that Isabel here soon. Northwest 4 is going to take the inside on that turn, getting second place. Creating the distance. The mushrooms here are going to help try to keep Yoshi in second place. And a lot of green shells going everywhere. It is going to be Arcadia 1 taking first, GI Northwest taking fourth, Arcadia taking third, and Northwest taking fourth. So Arcadia gets 1 and 3. Northwest gets 2 and 4. Back to Donut Plains. As I said before, it's not actual donuts, it's the moles that pop out of the ground. But hey, one can dream, right?
That is true.
GI Northwest blue or yellow Yoshi up in the corner, taking the lead right away with the start. But Arcadia's Isabel right behind. Good shield there from that red shell. Arcadia's Yoshi using the tricks of the water to get ahead a little bit, taking that first place position. You'll notice that the Arcadia's Yoshi jumps through the grass, which does help maintain some speed, but not much. Bomb dropped behind the pink Yoshi, so Northwest is going to lose that third place position. Means Arcadia is going to now have first and second, Northwest third and fourth. Still, the best play I've seen is the Mario bomb throw, because it's really hard to judge those. And bomb-bombs have a time. They have a time.
Yep.
They have a time delay before they go off. So having that timed as perfectly as that Mario did was a great shot.
That was good.
Although quality shot there from the Isabel, just dropping it backwards into the Yoshi. Some big hits from the red shells slows down the Isabel. She doesn't lose the place quite yet, but Arcadia 1 is going to finish in first. And second, Northwest is going to bring up 3 and 4. GI Northwest 4 trailing this one 12-21. They're going to have to put up a good fight here in this last race to recover some of those points, but I don't know if it's possible for them to get them all. They'd only be able to gain 8 points if they took first and second, which would only give them 20. So this one is more just for fun.
That's true. And
So we go to
yet again.
Mute City. Good thing every time we say mute, it doesn't mute us.
Thank goodness. We've made that mistake a couple of times.
We do enjoy all of you being here with us today. Thank you all for being in chat. I know we haven't chit-chatted with you much, but we do appreciate you all being here. Gifting subs and just sharing your day with us as we watch these racers take on each other to find out who is the top dogs. Could it be East Butler? Could it be Thayer Central? Could it be Louisville? Could it be GI Northwest? Could it be David City? Could it be Auburn? Could it be any of the teams that we've seen today? I actually haven't been tracking the tournament sheet, but I know that we will have semifinals and championship coming at you on stream, I believe. GI Northwest 4, Yellow Yoshi up there in the top corner, taking a nice big lead. Sitting in first place, Isabel for Arcadia is the closest. In second, about a turn and a half behind. Followed by the pink Yoshi for Arcadia and the teammate of the first place Yellow Yoshi, the Yellow Yoshi in fourth. Yellow Yoshi from Northwest holding a demanding lead at the moment, going in to lap 3, although that has been closed down slightly. Not as demanding as it was before, as Isabel and the pink Yoshi from Arcadia are trying to close that gap. Isabel has the Yellow Yoshi in her sights, but not a great turn there. But with that red shell, she does take over the lead. So Arcadia getting first and second there. Northwest getting third and fourth. Good games all round by the players. This one's going to finish out Arcadia 29, GI Northwest 15. And we will move on to the next game here shortly.
One is on top, right? That's what you said? Okay. Okay. David City 1. Did they say 3?
2.
I'm just going to go with 2.
You guys said David City 2 is on the bottom, right? Okay. All right.
All right. I'm ready when you are.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Now we'll go. It's, are we already on? Must be. Well, I guess we're already live.
I'll take it.
Starting up here, we're on the bottom half of high school bracket. We have David City 1 and David City 2. During normal season, we play 4v4, so I'm guessing these are just their varsity 1 team, all 4 of these guys. But definitely going to be a good race. I know racing teammates obviously is hard. Me and my partner had to race our team 1 earlier. That was a fun race. Obviously, it's fun to race teammates, but there's also that extra level of competition there. Just knowing, hey, these are our teammates. These are bragging rights. So something to think about. But interesting choice here. Cloud Top Cruiser. I've seen this a couple times today, but it's all been usually second or third tracks when I've seen it raced. David City 1, early bag, now leading in that first and second place. A little bit of an errant shell throw there for player 1 from David City 1, hit his teammate. Now they're in fourth and second. See an interesting race here because Cloud Top is a pretty decent bagging map, and right now we see David City 1 with a first and a fourth, and 2 a really close second and a pretty close third also, so definitely close here early. Both of these teams obviously pretty happy where they're at right now. And an interesting strategy here, which very well could be planned. David City 1 in a first and a third situation right now. That looks like it's going to finish the race that way. And it is. David City 1 going to have a first and a third. David City 2 going to have a second and a fourth. Interesting strategy there. It looked like they were just going for that first and fourth, get the points, and also have option for some of those better items like Bullet Bill. And should you get it, you have that blue shell, so the other team can't. And then you can just kind of hold out there. Gonna be interesting to see what map choice number 2 is.
Swamp Ruins.
And this is interesting because Swamp Ruins you can definitely bag because it's a little bit longer of a track and there's some good shortcuts that you can take. But seeing as how David City 1 is in a pretty good handle here, I'm curious to see if they just maintain this first place and just try and keep it. But right now, David City 2 taking that first and second. Both teams, pretty good race here, kind of challenging each other. And a good green shell throw just misses. And comes back on the bounce. That was a good green shell throw. Good job taking the shortcut there. David City won with a second and a fourth. And a great bomb-on throw there from David City 2, player 1. We're going to see here whether David City 1 is going to come back and try and hit some of these shortcuts, or if they're going to try and just go for item bag lap 2 here. Plenty of time. Nothing to be super worried about, but definitely a close race. Not one person super far in front of the other. And just like that, David City 1 is back in first and second. A very tight race here. Looks like they're okay maintaining this first and second. Not very many defensive objects from first and second place here. Second now has the boombox, but doesn't look like it's going to be blue shell territory as close as this race is. And that's going to be it. David City 1 is going to get first and second. David City 2, third and fourth. In another very close match. We saw that first map, kind of the strategy was have a first and a third, fourth kind of area. And there we see them, they kind of changed it up, go first, second there, right towards the end of that second lap, and was just able to hold out that third. So we're gonna definitely kind of see some different strategy here on Ribbon Road. Very good front running track. Which makes me believe David City 1 probably have first map choice, gonna try and extend this lead and take the win here. David City 1 second and third. And player 1's gonna fall off right on the edge. Back-to-back fall off. Kind of falling behind here a little bit. Good shortcut take there, but as far behind, it's gonna be close. His teammate does maintain a first place position. Now David City 1, first and third, battling near for second. This was the spot earlier where player 1 from David City 1 fell off a few times. Just misuse of the mushrooms. Elects not to use it here. Probably a pretty smart choice. Gonna hold out for, ooh, and a good bomb-omb. Holds out for shortcut here to start lap 3. David City 2 with a first and a fourth. David City 2, a pretty handy lead right here in this first place position. They may win this race here. Looks like that's what it's going to be. David City 2 is going to finish in first and fourth. David City 1 gets a second and a third. Final map choice here. Another baby park.
How many baby parks have we seen today?
I personally have seen quite a few. I don't know how many that you've seen on stream here, but
There's been a lot.
I personally have raced, I think, in 4 baby park races today alone. Which may not sound like a whole lot, but that we had 5 cups, so almost 1 per cup, which is a lot. And David City won here. Trying to get this lead. Able to get it. Good shell defense on the backside there from player 2 from David City 1.
This must have been a very good track pick for David City 1 because they are in first and second.
Yeah, they do have a pretty handy lead here. David City 2, though, gets that second place position and looks to be closing in here a little bit. Not a lot of coins from either side, David City 1 or 2. And David City 1 is going to get the first and the second place finish. David City 2 is going to get the third and the fourth. And the winner here of this cup and moving on is going to be David City 1. Good job to those guys and a great race here. A great match. The first couple races were really, really back and forth. And that last race there, Davy Park, David City 1 just kind of ran away with and had a pretty good lead there right at the end that was able to get them moved on, and a great job there, and what a good cup there from all those guys.
Yep. And just like you and the other GINW team, it was just another nice friendly not conversation, just a nice little competition to them.
Yeah, really good. Just kind of, like you said, a friendly competition, having fun, not really doing a whole lot, and just kind of hanging out.
All right, well, we'll catch you guys back with another team here shortly.
And we're back with more racing as we've got Grand Island Northwest 2 taking on Thayer Central 1. First pick goes to GI Northwest 2 for the track, and they're going to go to Thwomp Ruins. First one today to go to Thwomp Ruins that we've seen. Going to be an interesting one.
There's been a couple that's gone to Thwomp Ruins.
Has there?
That's
Not while
true,
I've been
yeah.
around. Might have been when Dylan was covering. By the way,
Yep.
thank you to Dylan Coates for covering. Grace and I were in for the long haul today, so, you know, bathroom breaks and food breaks were a little hard to come by sometimes. But the beginning of the race finds GI Northwest 2 sitting second and fourth, Thayer Central 1 first and third as they go up on the walls to gather those boosts so that they can zoom ahead. GI Northwest 2 is going to take over first place. They're sitting first and fourth now. Thayer Central 1, second and third. As they go around these tough quarters trying to avoid the thwomps. Or getting thwomped. Depends if we want to use a noun or a verb. Start of lap 2 here. Thayer Central demanding that lead in first. They're going to hold on to that with Metal Mario. Second place, not terribly far behind, but enough of a gap that they're hard to see in the distance, is going to be Yoshi in the top left. Third place, Thayer Central's Fox Mario. And fourth place, Northwest other Yoshi in the top right. Thayer Central trading off. Someone getting first, someone getting third. Northwest sitting second and fourth. Going into lap 3. Racers now have to really define those positions, as Mario is pulling out ahead of the pack. Left Yoshi taking second place. Right Yoshi battling for that third place spot. Has the mushroom, is holding on to it for the moment. Uses it now has a bunch of 3. Hopping up into second with those mushrooms. Using what little they've got. There they get the shortcut. That takes them into second place. Thayer Central's Mario is going to finish in first, however, and a good placement shell is going to let Thayer Central finish in second, so GI Northwest is going to finish third and fourth. Getting some coaching in there. Coaches are trying to get the most out of their esports athletes today.
Another Yoshi circuit.
We get to go back to the green jumping dinosaur ourselves.
Yay!
Eat 'em up, let it go in an egg. Sometimes it makes me miss Smash. Off to a blazing start these players go. Right Yoshi had that first place until getting hit by a green shell. Gives it up to his partner on the left-hand side of the screen there, Blue Yoshi. Thayer Central holding second and third. Not much room between the 4 racers. Red shell, Thayer Central takes out his own teammate. Rough one there. Northwest also takes out their own teammate. So somewhat of a tit for tat here. Northwest holding on to first and third. Thayer Central has second and fourth as we go into lap 2. Thayer Central's Mario, though, has that shortcut, had the mushrooms for it. So they're going to take first place. Thayer Central has first and second now. GI Northwest, third and fourth. Definitely a good battle here as Thayer Central's Mario has dropped back to the fourth, letting the Blue Yoshis battle for second and third place. Metal Mario out in the lead, not much of one though. Yoshi getting that shortcut, but not able to manage those corners well. So Metal Mario maintains that first place position. Red shell out from the Yoshi. Metal Mario avoids it. Second and third place for GI Northwest right now. We are finishing out that way. So Thayer Central takes first and fourth, GI Northwest second and third. Overall scores, GI Northwest has 8, Thayer Central 14. GI Northwest is going to have to do some work on this next map to close that gap or overtake. So they can stay alive in the final race. Going to Royal Raceway.
Time to feel like a princess again.
Yay, princess? Hey, everyone's a princess at heart sometimes, right?
Yes, there you go.
Sometimes it's just because they're being needy. Racers get off to a quick start here as Thayer Central takes first and third, Grand Island Northwest in second and fourth. Trying to get the proper drifts around these corners is sometimes difficult as the grass is right there, ready to slow them down at any moment. Fourth place Yoshi using that mushroom perfectly to catapult themselves into second place using the jump. So now Northwest is in first and second, Thayer Central third, fourth. Not much room between the racers as they're all right there next to each other going over the jump, heading past the hot air balloon. Into the final little stretch of the track, getting towards the finish line to start lap 2. Yoshi's doing a very good job of getting these corners under control until that moment. I spoke a little too soon. The top left Yoshi did not get the best of turns there. Top right Yoshi still maintaining that first place position. Metal Mario coming in right behind with help. Going to third, but with that help slowed them down, so now they're dropping all the way back to fourth as Blue Yoshi takes second, Tanuki Mario takes third. Someone found a squid on the track and they're using it to their advantage as they go into lap 3. It's becoming an inky stick situation. Yes.
No. Just like the cheese jokes.
They're hilarious.
No, they are not.
Sometimes we have to be a little bit cheesy. Grand Island Northwest maintaining first and second here. Thayer Central third and fourth. This, if this result maintains, this is going to help out Grand Island Northwest going into race 4 so that they are not completely out of it. But that red shell slows down. So GI Northwest is going to take first and fourth. Thayer Central second and third. That's going to be a tough one. GI Northwest 14, Thayer Central 19. We could end with a tie. GI Northwest has to go first, second to get a tie, if I've done my math correctly, because that would snag them 8 points, which would get them up to 22. Thayer Central will be left with 3 points, putting them at 22. So right now, Northwest has to win first and second on Rainbow Road.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you, we did all 3 Rainbow Roads while you were gone.
Now I'm sad. This Rainbow Road, though, this is a special Rainbow Road.
This is. I love this Rainbow Road.
This Rainbow Road is, I think, one of the most difficult to master. But once you've mastered it and you start finding the ways to make the shortcuts work, you could have this Rainbow Road done in no time. You get the proper jump off, fall off the map type place, and you can get a good move on. Right now, GI Northwest has second and fourth. Thayer Central first and second now. They've overtaken. Northwest has to get first and second here to stay alive and go to sudden death. Thayer Central doing a very good job of maintaining those corner speeds, almost getting those jumps properly so that they can get those trick movements and that extra little boost. Not quite making it, but holding those first and second positions down. We are in the final section of this track, and GI Northwest is not out of it yet. They are holding strong in third and fourth. Everyone's still rather close, but Tanuki Mario is ready with that red shell, so they maintain that second place. Metal Mario is going to go over the line in first. Tanuki Mario is going to get passed. And so they're going to come in third. Blue Yoshi finished second, and the other Blue Yoshi finished fourth. So GI Northwest is going to come out with 18. Thayer Central 26. Thayer Central is going to take the win. The winner now stays at this screen because we're in the final few races here. So this is for third and fourth place for the Grand Island Northwest Mario Kart Tournament. We've got David City 1 versus Thayer Central 1. Cloud Top
This is famous.
Very famous.
Surprisingly.
In fact, it is one of the main cruises that one would like to take during the winter time. You know, you're stuck inside, just go on Cloud Top Cruise.
There you go.
Thayer Central having a tough one here. The bouncy parts are always open, so you can fall right through if you don't aim right. So right now they're sitting 3rd and 4th. David City 1st and 2nd. Good red shell use there by the blue Yoshi from David City 1. Grabbing, or launching it right as Thayer Central passed them. Using the red shells as a guard, as a shield, so that they can maintain speed, keep going, and further some of this, hope to further some of this distance. David City easily holding on to these 1st and 2nd places at the moment. Thayer Central having to do some catch-up here. Going to the 3rd lap, David City still holding on to that 1st and 2nd place. 1st place is ways away. They've got a good lead there. 2nd place, though, Metal Mario's closing down quick, using those mushrooms to their advantage. Getting a red shell. Able to hit David City's blue Yoshi out of the air, which helps tremendously as Thayer Central takes that 2nd place position. Their Tanuki Mario also had star power, so they were gaining some ground. But David City's going to take this one 1st, Thayer Central 2nd, David City 3rd, and Thayer Central 4th.
Yet again.
Yoshi's Circuit heading back there. Most of the racers getting a good start there. Rosalina heading out to 1st place instantly. Blue Yoshi battling it out with their partner. However, hitting that rail is not going to help them as they're going to drop back to 4th. Metal Mario does take over 1st place from Rosalina. Misses the flower, but the red shell comes and gets him out of nowhere. So Rosalina is going to go back into 1st place. And now Rosalina and Blue Yoshi are going to have those 1st and 2nd place. Tanuki Mario and Metal Mario going to bounce off each other, helping each other get a little bit more boost as we go into lap 2. Metal Mario getting that shortcut, so he's going to hop into 2nd place behind the Blue Yoshi. As Rosalina has to drop back to 3rd. Tanuki Mario still bringing up the rear in 4th. All of them really close together. Thayer Central holding on to that 1st place position. They're split 1st and 4th. David City in the middle, 2nd and 3rd. Rosalina with the fire flower, trying to get Thayer Central, who falls off the map. So Rosalina and Tanuki Mario are now going to battle it out as Thayer Central still has someone vying for first place. Things change very quick here at Yoshi Circuit. Another great bomb-on placement, dropping it behind them. So now Thayer Central's got first and second. David City third and fourth. This is the final lap, and they're going to be coming up on the finish line here in a moment. David City throwing out the red shells, trying to catch Thayer Central's Metal Mario just enough, and it is just enough to grab that second place. So Thayer Central takes first and third. David City's second and fourth. One heck of a red shell throw there to grab that in the last inch of that racetrack.
And Electrodome.
Electrodome always makes me want to have a guitar and a microphone.
Understandable.
Or at least someone who can play the guitar, and I'll have the microphone. Thayer Central's Tanuki Mario and David City's Blue Yoshi battling for first and second. Rosalina's going to come in there and help out her partner, trying to push Tanuki Mario back. All three of them are on the green track. Metal Mario is going to sit on the red track and hope for the best. Using those mushrooms to their advantage, they've been moving up places. But until these tracks level out, we won't know for certain where they land. Thayer Central did catch Metal Mario's red shell, did catch Rosalina. So now he's going to go into first for Thayer Central. David City's going to hold second and third. And Tanuki Mario fourth, not very far behind, taking the inside corner. He's going to catch that third place position from the Blue Yoshi. Thayer Central now has first and second. David City had third and fourth, but a lot of movement there. These players seem to be favoring the green track over the red. But so far, red's proven with its emptiness to be the quicker route. Helped Tanuki Mario go from fourth to first. Rosalina, I believe, went at least up one place as she went around it. Thayer Central split first and fourth right now. Rosalina almost catching up around that corner, but Thayer Central is going to take first, David City second and third, and Thayer Central fourth.
Just 1 point away.
1 point separating the two teams, David City with 16, Thayer Central 17.
And will it be another Rainbow Road?
Rainbow Road once again to decide third and fourth place.
It's all or nothing here.
This is going to be the one that is going to decide, and they are neck and neck right now. David City only 1 point behind on the cup. which means Thayer Central needs to watch out. David City taking first place for a moment, holding it with Rosalina, but she's going to drop to second as she didn't get in the inside part of that corner where Tanuki Mario did. So Tanuki Mario is going to keep that first place for a moment until Rosalina actually just powerhouses her way by, getting into first. Metal Mario holding down fourth with the blue Yoshi trailing behind for the moment, using that mushroom to try to gain some boost to get up there. Tanuki Mario still in first, Rosalina in second. These two are going to have to battle it out between each other to get to that first place position. Whoever gets the first place position here will probably decide who wins the cup. A good move there by Rosalina as she takes out one with the banana peel that she had at her back, and the other doesn't get the inside corner. Rosalina now up to 10 coins, so she's going to have a little bit more protection as she's going to have to speed through. And here comes the finish. Rosalina is going to take first. Second is going to go to Thayer Central, and third to Thayer Central. Fourth to David City. And Thayer Central and David City are tied right now, 22-22. So we go to sudden death. Sudden death rules, just to help remind the players and those at home, they will once again do a rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to pick the map. And none of the maps that have been chosen so far can be played again, so they have to pick a new map. And the winner of this one, point-wise, wins the entire thing. First tie we've had on air today, and we're going to Yoshi Valley.
Oh, that's...
Strong move.
I mean, hey, you do what you gotta do.
Yoshi Valley is a confusing one, folks. There is a very quick way through this, and there are several very long ways through this. You will see as the map comes up that it is quite literally a maze. David City getting out to first and second for the moment, but they have to have a plan going into this one, because there is very, very circuitous routes through this entire thing. David sitting first and second. Tanuki Mario not far behind with a boomerang. And Metal Mario with a mushroom is going to take over third place. Hoping to get something. Big bomb throw. Goes off in the grass. Isn't going to catch anyone. But Metal Mario does pass Rosalina. So Blue Yoshi maintains first for David City. Rosalina in third for David City. Metal Mario and Tanuki Mario second and third. Or second and fourth, forgive me. Metal Mario, though, is going to take first place. Found the shorter way through. This track has a banana peel in guard. Rosalina's bomb throw not going to get there, and the red shell is only going to take away one banana peel, as another banana peel is in place, but Rosalina had that mushroom, so she gets a little boost, but a good drop there from Metal Mario catches her with the banana peel. Metal Mario keeping that first place. Tanuki Mario trying to stay in second. Not quite managing. They've got a quicker way through here than their opponents, as long as they can stay on that weird bridge, that thin bridge. Tanuki Mario stealing those mushrooms away. So Blue Yoshi in second has to catch Metal Mario, throwing 2 red shells perfectly placed apart, but not being able to do it. So Thayer Central is going to take first place. David City is going to take second and third. And then Thayer Central coming up in fourth.
So I believe that leaves Thayer Central as the winner.
Thayer Central is going to grab those 6 points to David City's 5. That was a tough one, but Thayer Central will take it by 1 point. Great.
Oh, that is lovely.
It was a great race. Great cup, great race. So Thayer Central took that one in sudden death.
Hello there.
Now playing for second and third place. Thayer Central 1, East Butler 1. Loser gets third place. Second moves on to face the champion. Go to the championship game to face GI Northwest 1. Thayer Central taking the top of your screen. East Butler taking the bottom. Rock, paper, scissors to see who takes it. And we're going to go to tick-tock clock.
I think that's the first time we've seen it.
First time I've seen it today. I know I've gotten up and walked away a couple times to take care of
First time I've seen it.
phone calls and whatnot. So this is the first time we've had this on air today. Both teams off to a very good start, getting those boosts perfectly. East Butler going to hold on to first and second for the moment, but they're going to battle with Metal Mario for third. Tanuki Mario went the opposite direction, so they're coming out of nowhere to go into second place. Metal Mario to drop back down to fourth. Tanuki Mario into second. East Butler's going to take first and third with the blue Yoshi and the black Yoshi. Metal Mario going to soar into second place. Tanuki Mario in fourth. Blue Yoshi holding first down. Lots of movement here still between teams. But as we go into lap 2, it evens out just a little bit with the Yoshis from East Butler in first and second. The Marios from Thayer Central in third and fourth. Butler maintaining that lead in first and second with the Yoshis at the bottom, but a red shell is going to come up and catch the second place Yoshi, pushing them back to third as Metal Mario is going to overtake them into second place. Tanuki Mario not far behind the black Yoshi now, so now they're going to be battling it out for that third place position. The blue Yoshi with a good split between them, although that red shell is going to lower that gap by quite a bit, especially being on the gears as they turn opposite directions from each other. Missed the jump and the bomb-omb, but it's gonna finish out the Yoshis in first and second, Thayer Central's Marios in third and fourth.
We got Yoshi's Circuit again.
Yoshi's Circuit. It's just like a long-lost love. You got to come back to him. It's the only good way to make Hallmark movies.
Oh my gosh.
The Yoshis are out. The Marios are out. They're battling for those positions. Thayer Central taking second and fourth. East Butler third and first. Each team working their way around these curves because Yoshi is does not have a lot of sharp corners, so they're going to have to do a lot of great drifting. The blue Yoshi not getting lucky enough to catch the Tanuki Mario with the green shell that they just kind of had chilling there. So East Butler first and second with their Yoshis. They're gonna fight for those positions as Metal Mario from Thayer Central tries to get around, but a blue shell is on the way. Blue shell incoming for the black Mario. He's gonna get hit, but is back up to 10 coins in no time and is able to maintain distance and the lead going into lap 3. Blue Yoshi followed closely by Tanuki Mario, who's going to overtake into second place, is now down into third. Thayer Central's Metal Mario, though, is going to use that shortcut to get into second using the star power that they had. Marios take one another out. Metal Mario able to maintain second place. Tanuki Mario having to drop back to fourth, getting star power and getting up into third. This one's going to be a split race here, it seems, as East Butler gets first. Thayer Central second, East Butler third, Thayer Central fourth. As things pan out, East Butler's got 15, Thayer Central 7, going into race 3.
I swear if we get another cheese land.
Thayer Central needs to pick a map that is going to get them first and second, and they go Sunshine Airport. If they don't get first and second here, they're going to need a 1-2 and then a 1-3 just to tie it up at the end and go into sudden death. We've seen it once before where we ended up in sudden death, so it's possible. But Thayer Central has to get first and second here. Blue Yoshi getting out to first place. Gaining those coins. Black Yoshi in second. Metal Mario in third, not terribly far behind, is Tanuki Mario in fourth. Everyone right there together, going into the jump to the helipad. Good boomerang throw by Metal Mario. Not able to use it as they run into a box going into lap 2. So East Butler still maintains first and second like they need to. The Marios are in third and fourth. East Butler going into the hover section, still first and second. There isn't much separation between them and the Marios right now. One mistake can change everything. Metal Mario is going to jump into second place, but is going to lose it to the blue Yoshi. The black Yoshi, though, has to drop, and so now they're back in third. Blue Yoshi taking first. Black Yoshi not making it to the wing, able to avoid the wheels of the plane. Tanuki Mario using that mushroom, trying to catch the Black Mario and the Black Yoshi in third place. Not quite able to do it. Metal Mario now out in front, followed closely by the Blue Yoshi. And it looks like this might be how this one ends. Thayer Central first, East Butler second, and third, Thayer Central fourth. East Butler is going to move on based off the points, but they do have one race left. And they're going to go Rainbow Road.
How many of that specific Rainbow Roads have we seen?
Not enough. I want more. This one based off points is more for fun than anything. Because East Butler will gain, even if they get third and fourth, they'll get to 23. Thayer Central will only get to 21. Some good jumps there by Metal Mario and Tanuki Mario to keep that lead. They are in first and second, East Butler third and fourth. Thayer Central making the Metal Mario making their way around all of these tight corners and wide corners that Rainbow Road loves to offer its racers. Tanuki Mario had to drop back to third place. East Butler's Black Yoshi is in second, and their Blue Yoshi with a star power in fourth. They are in the final leg of this race. Going over the finish line here is going to be Metal Mario on the fly, followed by Tanuki Mario. Third place and fourth place go to East Butler, a Bullet Bill and Star Power. But this one is going to finish East Butler 23, Thayer Central 21. East Butler will stay to play Grand Island Northwest one for first and second place. But congrats to Thayer Central on a great third place finish.
Kind of. Running. Thank you.
GI Northwest 1, East Butler 1 for the championship. See who gets first, see who gets second. East Butler 1 is playing out of the quote-unquote losers bracket, so they're going to have to win twice to beat GI Northwest 1. GI Northwest 1 only has to win once because they have yet to lose one today. We got the Peachettes versus the Yoshis.
On Royal Raceway.
Things get started off quick with those speedy starts. It's going to be a battle between these as one of the Peachettes ends up going off the track and hitting a flower. Not the best of starts there, but partner all the way in first place in the lead. Black Yoshis together in second and third. They have the chance to catch up. Red Shell coming in only finds a banana peel in response. The Peachette that was in the back is now jumped ahead a little bit, using mushrooms to their advantage, going around the corners. But unfortunately, the mushroom running out before they got off the grass, so they're going to have to do some fancy jump work to get out of there. Using the jump to gain some more boost. Not sure how much that helped them in the moment, as the Yoshi for East Butler stayed decently ahead of them. So now the Peachette in the top is going to have to drop all the way back to fourth. In the final lap here, GI Northwest is sitting first and fourth now. East Butler second and third. Huge gap between first place and second place right now. Not sure how well, any of those shells that second place is sending will make it there before the Peachette crosses the finish line for GI Northwest. Good bomb-on placement there, keeps that red shell off of them. And the Peachette is trying, doesn't quite make it. So East Butler is going to get second, GI Northwest third, and East Butler fourth. Almost had it there in the last second. She just couldn't get enough of a boost. See both coaches there with their teams, coaching them up, helping them out. They want the best for their teams. East.
Right there. A little bit of ASMR.
Going Mute City now. Northwest needs this win, otherwise they're going to have to play East Butler again in that loser bracket, because they came out of the loser bracket. Remember, folks, this is for the championship. Neither team wants to go down without a fight. Little trouble there for the Peachettes to start with, but they're starting to figure it out and gain some ground. They're sitting second and fourth. The Yoshis, however, started off a bit stronger. They're sitting second and third, or first and third, forgive me. The Peachette and Yoshi are battling it out for that first place position. Each one of these racers knows every little bit of this track, and they're trying to find their way through it, as Peachette uses an amazing shortcut to jump up to third, right behind the second place Black Yoshi. screaming through this section of the track is important, hitting all of those boosts so that they can maintain speed and possibly overtake an opponent who may make a mistake. When one Peachette loses first, another one takes it over until the Yoshis battle back. They had themselves in a first and second position, but one ended up hitting a banana peel. So Peachette is going to overtake into first against a black Yoshi with the banana peel. So the Peachettes are first and third, the Yoshis second and fourth. Thayer Central, or excuse me, East Butler doing a great job here of pushing these Peachettes to the limit. They are battling out of that loser bracket. And so being able to put the championship bracket team into trouble is great for them. They're, GI Northwest is going to get first and third, East Butler second and fourth.
Only 1 point separates. That is very close.
Whoever wins this race, whoever takes first place here is probably going to win this set. There still is a possibility of a tie, but it's only if East Butler goes 1-4. We've seen it happen before, but on Sunshine Airport, anything can happen. There's a lot of ways to cut corners, lots of ways to lose a lead if you're not careful. So, right now, East Butler sitting first and third, Northwest moving around their second and fourth, third and fourth now. Lots of moving for position as this race gets started. Landing on the helipad first is going to be the Black Yoshi in first place, followed by their teammate and a Peachette who are battling for second and third. And then a Peachette is going to be bringing up the rear in fourth. Now jumping into third. There's that first fourth positioning that's going to lead to a tie into sudden death. East Butler would have to win that sudden death to keep playing. And right now, they're going to have to win this one if they want to keep playing. They've got to get at least first and third to do so. East Butler, though, sitting first and second. Northwest, third and fourth. Possibly heard Coach Hinkle cheering on his racers. A Peachette is going to overtake for first going into lap 3 and using a green shell to their advantage. Good work there. A good battle for first going on between a Peachette and a Black Yoshi for Northwest and East Butler. They're going to be bumping tires the entire way, using these, what I like to call pinball machine parts, to give themselves a bigger boost. First place and second place are gonna decide this one. And it looks like Peachette for Northwest is going to keep it, so that's gonna be first. Northwest gets first and third, East Butler second and fourth. And as the points come out, Northwest is gonna be 24, East Butler 20. They're gonna take the championship. But congratulations to East Butler, who battled their way back out of the loser bracket to get second place. Great job to them. Amazing job to everyone involved today. Congratulations to East Butler for second, and Grand Island Northwest won first place with 24 points, not losing a single match on the day. On behalf of the Grand Island Northwest esports team, I'm Robbie Collins here with Grace Bremer. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next year, next time on Twitch.